take a fourth of your health away while there's 50 other guys shooting bullets. You're just like, alright man, like if you're not cheesing it, walking in and out trying to kill guys, like you just avoid the room. And, I mean, knowing when to avoid the room is cool and all, but also just kind of like, eh. This mini boss is pretty dire, yeah. It's literally just like normal goons, but in mini boss form. With a fucking thing in the middle. Yeah, lots of bullets. This guy shoots across and bullets, and then in the middle, this thing shoots bullets, and then this guy, he flies across the screen and leaves bullets. I was like, alright man. Like we got it, dude. What happened to that other boss actually having like unique mini bosses, man? These are just goons with more bullets, dude, and more health. I feel like every boss is made to be played like with the patience of a fucking monk, man. Great. And he's like fucking spinning, and then he's like, I figure, okay, he started to spin, that means I need to move out of the way, but he can change his course all the way up until he shoots off. Yeah, the enemy variety's definitely been, like I said, the worst thing. I liked the Bard when it had the down kick. Why not just put that as part of its thing by default? It's not like it made it like guaranteed you'd win. That was cool, man. It's so shitty otherwise. I feel like in the first areas it wasn't so bad, but they've just leaned into the later areas, kind of just being these bullet hell things. That's like, you can get through them. I'm not saying they're like too hard or something. They just can't be done. It's just kind of annoying. You can have some really like cheap ass rooms. When I'm trying to always run through these insane rooms to get to just like a boss, that's also just more goons that are exactly the same with more health and more bullets. Otherwise they're the exact same mobs. I'm just like, I kind of wish that getting there was a little less goofy. I'm probably, if I get super lucky, gonna lock it in soon. Guy that spawns all around you with bullets. Already lost a third of my health. That guy look familiar to anybody? Maybe literally just made him bigger and gave him bullets, man. Okay, boss pizza. I don't really have much health, but I'll just say fuck it anyways. If the other boss is right here, I'm definitely locking this in. Okay. I lock this in anyways, because it's pretty damn close. And we'll just keep grinding this out to get this kill. Because we're not going to get much money anyways. Because I want to be moving towards the end of the game. I don't, it's cool to upgrade and stuff, but like, if I could just finish, like, I mean, that's the goal, right? And even if I was going to play for 600 hours, you'd rather be a New Game Plus, because you probably get more money, I'd imagine. This class is going to be horrible for this. he's like too fast to even dodge. God, Jesus Christ, dude. It'd be enough even without this like mushroom in the middle. He just casually moved up a little bit. I was gonna try to like jump above him there. Quick extra hit, because there's not much time to actually get damage. Yeah, he's not very good at that kind of thing. Just do a shooter. I mean, mage wouldn't be horrible, and I've not been using them much. I'm not gonna, because this one's fun. This one's more doable because it has a fucking, like, skill that, like, blocks projectiles. And it's like some classes kind of do, but, or they just have, like, a dodge. Like, that other guy, he, like, dodges across the room. But usually it's, like, a spray of bullets across the entire map. So, like, a jump across the room. Not quite as good. And, like, I get that they're supposed to have, like, more damage to offset it, but, like, it's hard to have much uptime when you're in a like an area with no solid ground that stays for more than 2 seconds, right? Oop, I forgot to lock it in again. Well, let's hope we got lucky again. That'd be awesome. We did not. What is this key? These all used to be keys at one point. Skeleton key. Open locked or melted fairy chest. Oh, that's cool. See if we find one though. Like, it can feel good dodging all these dudes and, like, as, like, a melee or something. With all these bullet guys and shit. But, like, usually when it's, like, reasonable, right? There's just times where there's just, like, so much shit. Like, the course of action is not to play ultra well unless you have, like, an insane build, but usually just to leave. And not, like, cheese it. That's why I like this class, is because I can use range and block stuff and like move around and do things. Let's see if there's a fairy one before we leave. This isn't like a horrible one. Okay, let's go back down. I want to have a good chance at this boss. He lost some health for no reason. This isn't a great lock-in, but like that's usually a free room. I don't think that one's bad. Probably lock it in. God forbid there's like actually some ground to stand on, dude. I mean, what do they think? The melee was just gonna be that OP, man? Like, really? Like, they're like, man, melee's just got it too good here. Let's just have the ground not exist either. Like, what? Most fucking range can just make their own platform or just hover in the air forever. Like, why make it that much worse for melee on this fight? Unless you just need to, like, justify range? But then, like, range is way better at just running around in normal areas. So it's just like, what's the point? Bizarre to me. Alright, this class will probably be better. I spend this money on anything? Oop. Forgot. Because, I mean, I've been just running around this area for 4.5 hours, right? So it's like, there's a point where I just gotta be like, okay, dude, like, how much just getting money and trying to upgrade and not it really making any difference because it's super marginal is enough, right? Like, if you go back to the first area, yeah, you kick a lot of ass. But like, when they deal a fourth of my health, or like a fifth of my health per hit, a few less damage, it didn't gonna feel like a whole lot. So like, unless I'm really behind, which at this point I don't know. I didn't buy purely stats. I could have much more min-max stats, but you'd imagine it's not made. Just be min-maxed from the start. So it's just more about spending the time. This will be the one. Okay. I'll do it after the fight. Like, I didn't play that well, which is like way easier. Just because I'm this class. I could put shit down and just fly away, and now you have iframes the entire time you're flying. I mean, this skill, Prismatic Spectrum, is godly. Huge range, applies a dot, you just walk away. It does way more damage probably than I'd imagine that fucking laser beam does, and you're not like locked in. It's great for like AoE fights. And then this is already a class where you can just walk away anyway. So. One of those deals, man. Not always godly, like killing normal dude, but yeah, it's definitely the one to get. Those fights, Jesus. I don't really have much gold modifier. This one's great actually, just getting around too, because all you have to do is fucking just fly through. It's on a timer, so you just wait. Maybe we'll lock this one in. We'll have to see what's coming up here. We're just gonna go for the 2, man. How would the fucking... I mean, it applies Magic Break too, which might work with the status effects. Like, how does the Warrior even, like, compete? Right? And it's like, maybe the Warrior would be better in certain fights. I don't know, maybe, I don't know. There's the nature of, like, having lots of dots and nowhere to stand, or having lots of bullets and nowhere to stand, kind of, like, pushes certain classes to be, like, wildly better. I mean, definitely got a little luck on the status effect thing. It's not like I got much else going on. Weapon crits by Magic Break. I don't even know if that worked. Otherwise, it's just a flat, basic build. I just did both of those. Like, that's a little odd. But yeah, we beat it, so. Now this is permanently unlocked. I mean, I do like that about the game as well, that, you know, there's a lot of perma progression and the map too. We haven't gotten any abilities in the last 2 zones, so that kind of stopped happening, which that kind of sucks, I'd say. I was expecting a bit more there. But didn't find any fairy chests, but that's alright. Trying to get more health. There we go. Well, we could lock it in. I mean, I could just warp straight to the boss and we'll just try to learn how to do them. Anyways, I'll be right back. Take this. I feel like that's what I'm gonna do, because very rarely do I pick up a lot of artifacts that are like awesome. You could get lucky and just, I'd rather just keep trying the bot. don't know. It depends on what you want to. Build can make a big difference in this, but it doesn't feel like it's except the class choice. It doesn't feel like, wow, all of a sudden now I can do everything, right? Like I become the god and just clear the whole game. Like there's some roguelikes that do that. I wouldn't say this is one. I don't think that means it plays the same every time. The classes make a difference there, and there is some of that, like some classes are just way better still. There's enough systems in play to try to get you to play shittier classes, but quite tough. But, yeah, I think part of that's just point is part of it kind of just depends on what you're after too. If you're after that, oh wow, I found all the things and now I've got a god run, kind of like an Isaac or something. Like you don't really get that feel. I mean, there's definitely a couple combinations, but you can lock those down. You can lock down the maps, procedural generation, like... it's pretty much like one step away from just in a normal upgrade video. I'd almost rather it just be one. Like hard shit, but I mean, I don't know, I guess the... there's more enemy variety and layout, maybe it'd be... there. I guess there's, I don't really have like a big point. I was just kind of thinking about it. A lot of different kinds of roguelites. I feel like in a roguelite like this with the perma progression, you're not really after that like become a god build. It's about like getting a little bit better, having like enough variety to have some fun and feel a little bit about build variety between the runs, but like mostly about getting like that constant progression, constantly getting better, mixed into that light build. Would it still be more fun if you did go crazy all of a sudden and Kent went back with all your shit? Like I feel like that's supposed to be kind of like the skill comes in a bit. Hard to say. I'm not trying to say it's like fuck or anything either. I'd say overall I like it, but I definitely think it's bad. And a lot of that's probably the procedural stuff in the enemy variety, which kind of lends itself to the procedural bit. Or feeds in, excuse me, not lends itself. I think with all, I'd say I don't mind the difficulty, it's the kind of difficulty, like I said, the bullet hell and shit. Because, I'd say overall it's very fair in the way it has lots of like checkpoint, lots of permanent progression stuff, which I like to mix in there with the roguelite shit. Like if I kill one of those bosses, he's permanently, you know, the dragon's permanently unlocked. If I kill, you know, I unlock the portal to that boss, it's permanently unlocked. Yeah, the RNG of the procedural areas can definitely play a big factor there. Like this was really good. Like, look at this map. I had one room in between every boss. There was times before I had to go to like 20, 30 rooms, so it felt like. Well, I feel like the procedural stuff makes a big difference in how much trouble you're gonna have to get somewhere. But I would say the procedural stuff doesn't really feel that different between each room. Is the problem. You're gonna have an easy time or a hard time, you're not really gonna have like a fun surprise or a test of all sorts of cool knowledge and shit. I mean, each area has their own unique guys, but since it's kind of just evolved into bullet hell, it doesn't really matter much. That's one cool part of roguelites too, is like you know what stays between the run, right? Other than your permanent stats, it's like knowledge, right? Skill. And there's not a whole lot of environmental skill, I feel like, in this. Mostly just in the character. I don't know. Not necessarily bad, but also like it just, I mean, part of it depends how much you want to play the game. Is that enough for like one run? Sure. Could it be a stronger one run game? Like an Undermine, which isn't good, but like it's a one run kind of game. Like, could you just have like a stronger one run game? Like, yeah. But it's clearly geared towards more than that. Kinda, like, I would definitely say the first 2 or 3 levels in this felt a bit more cleanly balanced towards just kind of being like a one run type of thing. But with all the stats and stuff you're unlocking and how often and how little you really feel some of the upgrades, feels like it's kind of going for the long haul, so. Kind of just depends. Depends on what you're after, I guess. Like, I don't know if there's enough variety here in the procedural stuff and in the enemy stuff to really warrant like a super long form grind thing. If you're just after numbers going higher, I mean, sure. I mean, there's a lot of shit for that. There's a lot of systems here to grind up, and you never feel like you're wasting anything, which is cool. Maybe it's more rewarding than some number grind games, but I don't know. Like, it feels like if I just went back to these areas, it would feel exactly the same. Because it does already, right? So what's the difference in 2 playthroughs? So, point is, like, would it be better if it was just geared towards one, like, long, difficult, but like with lots of powerful upgrades or more crazy builds kind of thing? It's, I don't know. But you could say, well, if it's just one run, then it might as well just be a normal Metroidvania. It's like, yeah, you could say that, but I think having it be focused on essentially like kind of like an old school, you know, you have to make it through the level or make it through like a certain path of your choosing. And then every time you fail, you're you know, even though it's really hard, you know, you're getting stronger, you're getting stronger. If you go really, you know, do really, really well, you can skip all sorts of shit and that kind of thing. Like, that feels fun too. I mean, that's what Astalon was, and that had its issues, but that element was kind of cool. But maybe if the procedural stuff was stronger, it'd feel different. Oh, we'll see by the end. I'm just kind of rambling on here, but. Let's see what this boss is about. That's cool. Spaceman, how many bullets, dude? I would love if he was just a fucking crazy melee fight with, like, I mean, of course he's gonna have a little bit of long attacks. More ads. There's the bullets. How many bosses are we gonna fight at the exact same time? Now there's just a flying rock flying around. I've played Wings V. Oh, Demon Mass. Yeah. Great. Geez, got enough stuff on the screen, man. I'd love to play this class again with that ability. I should just buy the thing that locks down a skill or something. Let's say fuck it. I'll play this class again with Searing Shot. Horrible. All I got for killing those bosses is a couple gold. Right, let's lock it in here. Turn this shit off. Red ether. A lot going on, man. I don't know if I'd want to play any class other than this one. I would prefer a different skill, but... this one's not like bad or anything. Think there's gonna be another fight after this? How do you dodge any of that? That's literally a full screen fucking wall. Good deal. A lot easier than the last one. The golden door has been unsealed. Final boss. I hope it's just the boss. And no fucking super level. Christ. If there's a choice, I don't know it. I mean, I'm down with killing the king. I don't care about him. It's possibly gonna be a good fight. Belmont fight. Definitely not Gehrman. He's at the site and everything. Absolutely not Gehrman. In a field of white, weed or flowers or whatever. This is one where I don't think this class will be actually that good. My thing is I don't think it's gonna be just one class, dude. Or one guy. Kino time? Enemies are censored. Charge lance would be okay. This would be the way to go, duelist. But the problem is I have weapon and talent randomized, so it's pointless. Although comet form's okay. I don't know, this ain't gonna work out, but... Have I gotten the stat up from Charon yet? Charon? He's just going. He's just going off, man. This might be another one of those fights where you get to attack once every 10 hours. But, I mean, a different class is going to be good against this guy. So, I mean, that I don't hate that part. Alright, let's get this shit figured out. Weapon crit damage, skill crits. Just sugar and tea. That's like, what's all in here? It's just water, cane sugar, and tea. Probably a lot of sugar. Everything I wanted. A boss I have to actually just learn. Although he's might as well be fucking a projectile he's flying across the screen like one. Okay. I figured just falling would be enough, but I guess you have to dodge. I could just lock this class in with this ability and just practice it. I hope there's not two fights though. I'd rather just have like one clean fight. Thing is, there's probably gonna be the king you gotta fight or some dumb shit. Whatever gets me credits, man. If I give the king the thing, credits, I'm in, dude. Be cool if he was like on screen. That attack, he just goes for 2 full jumps. Man. Oh, if you touch him, you don't take damage. good. I just want to keep playing the Duelist. It's like definitely the best one. I don't want to play these other ones. They're not going to be as good. Might as well just reset. I mean, I'll just go in with the other ones. You know, maybe I will buy that lock-in thing. I mean, we're near the end anyways, right? Okay. I got 100 more, I get I really don't think I can do this one. Oh, if you stand on this thing, it's like a fucking AoE explosion. I didn't realize it exploded. Okay, maybe we can. Yeah, that changes a lot. Alright, I might be able to now. Didn't realize that. I mean, I knew it like poisoned them, but I didn't realize there's an explosion at the end of it. When would I ever see that, really? Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Silver is 28. That's all of a sudden much more doable. Flame Barrier would be pretty good. We could try that. Flame Barrier. Prismatic Spectrum, probably. We'll try Flame Barrier. Pizza delivery people. These are cool. Like you get like different weapons that do different, like completely different things, which is neat. But I kind of wish that they just put that in the randomization. Instead of just them being there. Kinda odd. Whatever. Anyways, I don't need to do more. We could try one with this thing, but probably gonna happen. This class could be fine too. It's too easy to start seeing shit from really far away. Yeah, like, I'm not sorry. It's too easy for shit really far away to not really register, I guess. Because you'll charge up on the other side of the screen, so you don't know what he's always doing. And then you'll just kind of... It's too easy to get greedy because you're just charging. Or at least with this, I kind of have to always stay near him. The iframe rolls are nice. Might get the mana leech thing on this. I don't know if I actually need it. Of course. I was gonna jump him. Might change it to have more mana. I'm not critting anyways. Oh, I do have mana regen. Never mind. Let's go try to stock with the fire magic. But because of the Dark Souls 3 final boss, where he's got all the different moves. No, this is a mix of the Bloodborne final boss, brother. Come on, man. Yeah. No, this guy's a mix of different weapons in the game. Except the scythe? Maybe that's a weapon? That part feels much more... We like the end of Bloodborne. I can get one of these with like half the sugar. Where's that option? It's like, Jesus, I don't need the sweetest tea ever. I just want like a cheap tea I can just pick up occasionally. I'm not making my own. Oh, we're getting the extra keto. It's not bullshit enough to be a final boss of Rogue Legacy 2. I mean, I'd be down if he was. Where is he though? Great, the homemade pizzas. I hope there's not. It's one you can actually learn and get better at. It's not just a massive bullets. I doubt it. The only problem with this class is they do more damage when they're like in midair. Problem is, this is the smallest jump you can do, which is like not very small. It would be over his head. When you could like try to like do the double jump at the bottom, but I feel like it'd be too easy to start getting greedy. Sadly, you can't do short jumps. I think Thank you, PS5 R2, for squeaking every time I press it. Those adaptive triggers. They're the shit, man. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. They're epic, man. Having him be blacked out means I can't see any of the colors, which is kind of hard to tell. Okay. I just beat him. Is he the final boss? Oh, is this a prequel? Isn't Castle Hamson the first game's castle? Yeah, really. It's gonna be a long hallway, man. Oh, it doesn't show them all, I guess. Oh, there's healed me. Maybe we don't have to fight that guy again. What are these? I don't know. We poisoned him. Epic. Isn't this the final boss of the first game? But I'm sure he's gonna be very different. Projectiles. Oh, he's got all the boss's power. just restore it right here? Hopefully. Yeah, I liked the last fight. You actually learned it and got better, and you could like consistently like dodge everything. This guy back to bullet hell. They couldn't help themselves, dude. Just one more bullet guy. Lots of stuff happening. I have to fight the first guy again? Hopefully not. So this will just be a long run back. It'll be a little odd since I just got the reward for him. Okay. What's this? Oh, you get to have some starter shit. This is cool. I don't know what the Zealot's ring is. That's horrible. It's gonna be absolutely useless because this one's about constantly ticking down. I don't know if I want to lose like 20 off the top, 20% of my health. Guess we could see what this one is. I don't crit, so we just pretty much got nothing for that. Well, at least they give you some actual stuff. Oh, we get to see what he looks like. Oh yeah, I can jump now. He's just gonna keep going, huh? What? There's like a thing you have to break with the projectile inside of it? Okay. It's probably got the most damage here. I like the iframes too, but the Astromancer might be the way to go. Oh no. Cool. Just go straight there, man. I already got enough bullshit. Sometimes I don't have room for more than like one relic. Well, they keep starting me with stupid relics. I guess that's why. Rage one would be good. Because you know you're taking a hit. Gonna have to run around the old DPS race unless we get really lucky. Oh great, you couldn't even see that part. This is gonna be a lot, for sure. A lot of spending 10 hours prepping a character every time. Yeah, you'd almost want to just like go Astromancer and just fuck around, man. 20% bonus with the status effect? Hopefully we can get a status effect though. You just have to know that's there, man. He just keeps walking towards you. The thing is, you can't jump on this guy either, because he fucking like hangs over you. So you end up getting hit. We need to learn his attacks and not just rush deep. I can only hold like 2 of these. Maybe somebody with some more range would be good. How do you dodge that? Those come quick. You have to be cranking it to the side. And be an epic metal soundtrack. What's with that? You have to kick them off, but then they keep flying around. Might be better to swap to something where they do just as much damage regardless on the ground. I might. Because the dodging doesn't really do a whole lot here. I'd rather have just like the ability to like dodge full phases. We'll pick this guy again, but I don't know how you're supposed to dodge that super hit. I guess you stand at the right spot and then he'll like fly over you or something. Invincible for 1.25 seconds. Only flame barrier actually blocks it. Got some synergy there. You have to do a dash through that. It was slightly curved too. Nope, bullets. Epic. I need more bullets, dude. Couldn't have just made a boss like the last one that was harder. Nah. Man, Zealot's ring sucks. For Flameberry, it's like one of the worst possible choices. That's pretty good because I should be doing sets of 3 hits, unless it counts. It might count my flame thingy. Epic. Just walking into me. Jesus, dude. If only I could like see what's coming a little easier. I was like to wait out the whole phase. God, he keeps letting out pulses, man. He's the only guy that after the initial blast just keeps going, dude. Just so you have to dodge the bullets. Will not be fun. Could just go back to the Astromancer and just focus on dodging. Let's let the passive shit happen. Hit the cast though. I'm probably gonna grab one. I don't know if that counts like the ticks. Bullets. I guess you just have to do a really long dodge instead of a short one. I'd be fine with learning the attacks. The bullet one's a little much. I don't like the bullet one. Did I prefer this? I don't know what's up about attacking. Epic. These dodge are attacking midair, but also the screen's fuck. Dude, this game has a problem with the fucking screen. Screen size, screen scrolling. It's like if you're gonna have bullet hell, I'd at least like to be able to see the fucking screen. Shit. I know what's gonna be underneath me. Yeah, I'm sure this won't fuck up anything at all. What is that one? More damage to enemies far away. That big? Let's go backwards. Thing is, this class, you can attack and move at the same time. I should really just show my enemies on the eye for this. You just back out, period, during those. I don't like these starter relics, because I know I'm going to go get a bunch of relics anyways. These starter ones end up just being a problem. This one's not bad, 12% on the ground. I'm losing 10% of my max health to get an extra like 10% damage, 10-15%. Bullets. Giant fucking screen wide overhead. Followed by an across the screen buzzsaw while you're being chased by a bullet. Ba-da-doo-doo. I don't know what the heavy stone is. I'm not gonna find out. Maybe another time. It's still coming though. Dude, I hate the homing bullet that follows you that requires a spin kick, so you're always in the air after it. Just fucking goofy, man. Because that really limits pretty much all of the locations you can be after that attack. Do I have stuff equipped on this? Nothing. Help a little bit. It ain't gonna help that much. But. I don't think that counts skill crit. Might as well, man. Damn. It just gave me 3 that were like really nasty. Now I have no health. Because it gives you 30 resolve, so it's essentially like 1 freebie. Then you just get a bunch that could suck. Armor break, weapon combo is good. I mean, all those are solid, but I have 45% or 35% less health now. I'm still not. Being in the corner on this motherfucker, man. It's awesome. He randomly does stuff too. There's not even a pattern, man. Because if he puts you in the air, then he does the one where he jumps in the air, you're really fucked. This one, this class, if you use this, like, yeah, you could block a few things, but most shit you're not gonna be able to. Having full iframes is just juicier. I'll just go try this again. Sure, it worked good on the other boss. Just focus on ass kicking or dodging. It's good you don't have to go do like a whole level or 2 bosses before this. That's really not that good. Whatever. How about some 0 cost ones, man? Those I don't think are usually good. That's the one where it's like be doing. Yeah, let me just dodge that. Fucking point blank, dude. Yeah. You could do some blocking on some of those. Find hidden insights in the world to give you an edge. Something tells me this guy doesn't have an insight you can find. Not doing like everything in the game. That's a real question. Is there an insight for this guy? Where you get 15% extra damage? Flat. What's his name? Insight. Oh, he doesn't. Didn't see anything. It is. Deal and take 100% more damage. And that one's pretty special. Empty vessel. 10% everything. Nice just to lock this. This seems pretty good. I'd be down just to replay with this, but it's not gonna happen. This one can work. You can do this one. Could use the right setup, but first trying this one, I already had a lot more. A lot of passive damage, so I can just focus on dodging, and you get an iframe dodge if you want. Just on a timer. Mana leech. Does that count status effects? I don't know. Deal and take 100. I always take that one, man. Just fuck it, right? Just give it here, man. I don't think a mana leech is probably worth it. I already got a lot of antibiotic as is. Taking 100% more damage on this class is a fucking death sentence. I mean, you pretty much just end up getting two-shotted. I'm sorry. Let me make sure I have stuff equipped on this. Just don't get hit, yeah. Real. This second phase is really easier than his first phase. Just feels like it. Yeah, I wish I had some money. Maybe I'd get this. I feel like armor is really not even that big a deal, man. At some points. Well, that's magic crit damage. I don't give a shit about that. That's my intellect. I feel like granted money. I mean, I guess I'd just take one run if I wanted. A little bit more armor. I don't think it would matter that much. It'd be mostly just to get the extra 6 strength. Be pretty good. Probably do like one run just to buy that. I don't know if the armor is gonna. I don't know if that amount of armor makes much of a difference. Oh wait. No, we'll do it next time. At least I gotta actually mess with these for once. These all suck, dude. Might be better just to try to jump it. I take way more damage in the first phase, man. God, those bullets travel so fast, man. I do a fourth of my health. I hit. That attack setup is cheap. I would say that's actual bullshit. His attacks are all RNG. But him giving you the one where you end up with the things on the ground, or the orbs they have to kick off of to stop, and then he jumps the entire roof, is almost undodgeable. You'd have to like play around with the orbs for a while and hope that like his next attack isn't going to be crazy, but then you're dealing with like orbs the whole time, so. Kind of a mess, man. Let's go grab some money real quick, like. Don't need much. Get that other weapon. Trade in some armor for weapon damage, but... am I gonna lose the full armor? The 30 armor? That would not be worth it. We'll have to see. Those fucking set pieces are so annoying, man. I don't like them. Because unless you upgrade the gear like really high, that means you just have to like wear an entire set. And it's like, well, that's really fucking boring just to wear a fucking set, dude. I'd rather like the max shit of it. I don't think we're gonna get the money as easy as I'd like. Jesus, dude. Alright, forget it. I think we're gonna end up losing the set bonus. I'd have to be able to somehow upgrade my set. Ain't gonna happen. Let me double check. Could be wrong about it. I'm using an ammonite right now. Yeah, I'm at 20. Wearing 4 pieces of ammonite, which is pretty much the entire thing except this last piece. It's like I could get enough money to buy this to get the ammonite that I'm missing and then grab a crescent weapon. But by the time I get like 6-7k, I could just get good enough to beat the fucking boss. I don't really give a fuck. And it's not like it's gonna help me that much. I'm still like losing out on armor. Oh, I forgot I came preloaded with one. One that's salt. Gotta be the hardest one to dodge. When he rears up like that, I need all this is my accurate. Those are of course like homing bullets. Why wouldn't they be? Couldn't just have like normal bullets. Or they're at least arcade ones. I don't know, maybe attack them. shit, please. Haven't had enough, man. Oh my god. I really don't think spell damage changes the dots. Could be wrong though. That's dog shit. But at least we know. Yeah. Unless we could sit really far away, you can do that. What? Thanks, buddy. I just hate that fucking attack where you gotta jump, man. This one. Because of that, dude. Every time he casts it, it puts you in a spot where you need to be dodging, but you cannot be dodging. No, I didn't have any status effects there. I'm definitely getting better at it. It's just that one attack that's super lame. It's not a good way to handle it. I need to make sure if I have it on me. Ooh, 20% bonus damage with status effect. That's pretty good. Sure that like if I'm in midair and I have the button, just to go for it. Because he'll follow it up way too often with something where you need to be like in a like on the ground or in the air. But you're like fucking floating all around because you're trying to dodge that choke. Because it knocks you way too high in the air. 20% more. That's not bad. It's like crit all the time. Only lose 1% health. What the? I'm flying. Telling you, the first phase is way harder. They're a lot more janky to dodge. Most of these require like some kind of like iframe setup. Or have a lot of distance set up, which I do not always have. Fuck you. That attack is the worst, man. They're still chasing me, dude. That attack right there is the only thing that even makes this fucking phase a challenge. Sure as hell not that part. Like, how am I gonna dodge that point blank without any iframes and no distance because he's in the dead center of the room, dude? Just get fucked, I guess, man. I mean, I had to use it to dodge that stupid attack that I hate again. Mana cost increased by 100%. I don't know if status effects get affected by the 100% extra damage. I really doubt they do. So this is probably just a shit relic run. Dodge enough, man. It's double the damage. Just don't get hit. God, look at the fucking... It looks like they do double, but... Not the status effect part. For cost 100% more, because he should be doing like... I'm seeing him out. See, those two are the only thing that ever hits me. I fucking hate that attack, man. It's so bullshit. Just these bullets. I'll just home in on you when they have a protected field and you still gotta worry about them for 10 hours into the next part of the fight. I don't like any of the bonus magic damage ones. They don't really do anything for me. Because I don't think they have anything to do with this ability. It's AoE. Maybe I should use something else. I could use something that has... that gives like... Going with these. What I was gonna say. I could swap to a different Great Awesome. Yeah, 100% more damage on the boss. Not worth taking 100% more damage. If it was like 50% more. I mean, you go from taking 6 hits to taking like 2 hits, dude. A little extra damage. It's about consistency anyways. So being able to have like 1 or 2 more mistakes is... Yeah, I don't want to have 3 hits and I'm dead. So I'm not picking that up anymore. Unless I'm ultra confident. But if I was ultra confident, we'd just be done. So. Yeah, it's like maybe I could switch to a different spell. I'll try a different one. I like this one enough though. It's very passive. Fireball. Tesla Spike was always pretty good for me. The thing is, if I get something like Tesla Spike, it'll up my magic damage. If I get something, so I might have more opportunities to get synergy. Standing still grants me cloak. That's just not really worth it. Thing is, I'm only gonna get hit a couple times, so that's not really that good, but whatever. As soon as I take a hit, I lose that, but... What the fuck? Oh, I have 20% less health, but I can dash in any direction. Now I need to like neutral press it. I don't find that useful. It's just gonna make things weirder. Already lost the 50%. I need to just set up a spot where I know I can stand to dodge that. It wouldn't be that hard to like figure it out. Like right there, dude. Where do you go? You get hit by the thing underneath you. But then he jumps up with you. There's nowhere to go. I hate that. It's so lame, dude. Unless you're like saving your invincibility for that, which... Come on, man. Goofy. Yeah, let's try the Tesla one, although we're gonna fail this one anyways, because we've got this stupid shit. So I'm not gonna be able to see any of the bullets. Do I need to? Of course I'll need to. I get no gain from this except gold. Keep doing that one, brother. So how much more damage those do? Yeah, I mean, it's just gonna make the worst part of the fight even worse with that stupid blackout thing. Like, maybe these are good. I just want something that's just like Ross, like single target. They might be too just like active, man. Don't distract me. I mean, Magic 8 Ball does a lot of damage. I'd be super distracted using Magic 8 Ball though. Like I said, back consistent. I just go back to the other one. I think it's that they're like big AoE, so it's like if there's one that's just good against like one guy, prefer that. Status effects, this setup. Oops. That's another thing, is you can move out of those too. And they're really fucking distracted. I don't even think they're doing that much more damage. Does he even take damage from these motherfuckers? I thought he wasn't even taking damage from him, dude. Well, I really don't care about him now. Or if that's 10% of what your current one is, or 10% flat. Oh, you can sit in the middle of it. I didn't realize that. I figured you have to dodge like the entire thing. You just put all of the bullshit on top of me at all times, man. I'm tired of fighting this boss, man. He's not fun. The last guy was fun. I wish he was just harder. I hate all these bosses that can like chain shit in a row that just ends up feeling cheap. Which has been most of the bosses in this. So the A-balls are pretty good here. As long as I can get them. Time though. Need to figure out when I want to do it. I need to not use the corner because you never want to sit in the corner. Try to just get back in there, man. It's like I'm glad they have a warp and all that, but once again, the roguelite elements aren't really doing anything for me in this moment, right? All it is just an extra run back. This'll end up poor, but let's see what happens. And I have like no life left. But I got an extra 60 something Game got problems. He's just not like curve around and home in, please. I'm not defeated. It's just, I mean, it's because I don't like the fight. I mean, I don't think the game's alright. Even if you're flying away from him to try to dodge the jump in the fucking air, dude. It has a huge fucking forward reach. Damn, dude. It's just lame. Ain't no two ways about it. It's just lame. The homing shell attack should never have fucking made it into this fight. Because it just introduces like shitty like RNG combos and stuff. Fuck, man. What is this? Better health drop. Wowee. More air dash. Wowee. I'll make sure to remember to use that. It's just been a fucking straight up upgrade at some point. I worry too much about aiming this shit. Might just be easier just to bounce them once. And lose a little damage, but those, man. I mean, they do alright damage, man. They're distracting. Oops. Wanted just to adjust it, but I have to go in and then like go up to 20 different fucking dudes and then adjust it. Alright. I'm back. Paintball's cool, but I think too much about the angles. And by the time I wouldn't be thinking about the angles, I could just be done. Oh yeah, they have cooldowns now. Sucks. Yeah, it's the final game. I mean, it better be the final boss. Okay. 2 hits, half health. That attack again. You break it and then it chases you down, man. Oh, he shot it outwards and then it like came back. You know, so I love it. I love the homie. Sick. Yeah. Sadly. Oh yeah. Hopefully last spot. Hopefully I had my fill after this guy, but cool enough game at times, but the procedural shit and all that's just kinda, it ain't quite there. Wait, the pricey. The different classes are fun and shit, but some are better than others. I mean, it does depend on the situation, which is good. One run will be enough for me. Wasn't off cooldown. So does that thing that protects my shit blocks 2 attacks, 150 mana per block. Oh, so it doesn't have any more charges. I've just been saving this mana for nothing. It does 62 damage, and then it does a flame tick. I get way more MP than I can ever spend on that. Change it out to something else again. Trying to decide what spell I just want to sit on. I mean, the closest I've got is the ailment one. I just stick to it instead of trying to change shit. Good flame barrier, just stand next to him. Right, we're done. One more attempt with this. %less health, but you can spin kick off terrain. Yeah, wow. That's really awesome. Oh, really? That's great. Let's go ahead and lose all of my health. How about that? One shot, just never get hit. Yeah, this is gonna work out well. Okay. Just stacking armor meant something, man. Probably going from taking 6 hits the game over to like fucking like 5 or something, or 7 or some shit, you know. Cause you can only like mitigate like 35% of the damage if the dude does like 20 times your fucking health. Well, then it just doesn't really matter much, does it? Yeah, this could work if I get good at it. Not as usable in this phase, you have to do a lot of moving around. That's the only problem. I think almost every one of his spells you actually have to move around. Maybe not then. I mean, it's good on the first phase. And on the third phase it'll be 50-50 because he splits his spells. But it's like, it's just not gonna do anything for that last phase. Or that second phase, excuse me. What's up, Sam? Uh-oh. It did not come together easily. hate when he just walks into you. Fucking stupid. Easily walks into you, man. That's the problem with using this. Is I can't stay a good distance away, so I get walked too easier. I don't want this shit. Limitless. When does Ass Rabbit screwing stuff at weird angles leads to pain? Yeah. I know when I was my squat rack. That shit. Because it was a cheaper one. Not easy to put together. Very tight. And taking those apart was a bitch. I don't know if they'll ever go back together. Or they. Mine. My brother still has his. Yeah, that beginning was good. I didn't take any damage for a while, so I got that 150% damage for like all the way up to phase 3. That was a good time to go boggers mode, dude. Some more nails. Go to bed, Redless. Hammer some more nails and then build the shelves themselves. Yeah, that doesn't sound too bad. Were you just buying some new furniture? Did you guys moving to a new place? Need some new furniture? 10 minutes. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just leave mine in the hamper that I washed them in. And then I throw them in the closet when they're dirty, and then I put them back in the hamper when it's empty or when it's close to it, and then I wash them. It's not the best, but I don't have much space. What is going on here? Huh? What the fuck is going on, dude? Oh, we have to hold it. I now see that. Is this something that's going to be a new game plus? This seems very only usable right now. Really? It doesn't just slowly float? Yeah, let's hope there's not one more bossy. The timer's pretty much frozen, thank Christ. Those feathers. Look, the feathers. This just makes me want to play like a platformer, like a good one. I mentioned that earlier. Like, I'd rather just fucking play a good ass platform. I hope Wonder's good. I don't know. We'll see, man. It's gonna be hard to beat one of the other last AAA platformers, Tropical Freeze. Something like smooth movement and cool air shit and nice crispy level design. And the next time. Oh my god, one more PS Plus came out for this, and then might be Witch on the Holy Night. We'll see what comes in the mail. Time is back to normal. Wonder what happens if you lose. Supposed to drop down there? I guess so. I love this stupid shit. It's like a waste of fucking time. Like, you've been doing platforming non-stop, but Now it's like a fucking pit you're supposed to drop into. Maybe this is just the end. I mean, I can't see them making like this crazy section with an actual hard timer. The end of a roguelite. That's not really what it's about. That's why I was annoyed. Like, yeah, if this is gonna be a fucking tight timer, that's a waste of 30 seconds. Crispy little animation. Pretty cool to the sequel. Is this just supposed to be the first game? Is this the beginning of the first game? Is that what's going on? The parade. I still think I spent the most time on the fucking, I don't know if it was this boss. I'd like this. I think I spent an hour or two on the one, the forest one. Took a while on the. Oh no, the fourth one I took a while on because I didn't know about locking stuff. The fifth one I took a while because it was just pretty hard to learn. There's a lot going on. Fifth one was easy. Sixth one was easy. This guy was tough. Maybe the hardest one. The hardest one, but like you actually get relics consistently, where the other ones you lock them and just don't do it with relics. Or this guy you could get lucky. But he's probably the hardest. Yeah, no wings of E. You can spend 8 to 10 hours on a boss. I never killed whatever that was. And the more of them there are, the more likely you are to probably die to them. Are these just like the hard versions of each boss? That's probably what it is. A nice little song. It doesn't really fit the rest of the game, but I'm gonna take a nice song over whatever the rest of the soundtrack's been. It's not like the rest of the soundtrack's been just horrible, but a lot of it's that kind of generic feeling, like metal, guitar, indie kind of mix, and the other stuff is just quiet. Some of it's fine, but it never felt really distinct and stood out. Really enhanced the experience for me. Died 2 or 3 times. It didn't feel like it was 3, it felt more. Looking forward to seeing the number on the other bosses. That'll be the way to tell. Here's actually how many times I died on the fourth guy. He's 2 bosses in a row, so. I had 4 times to him, but 8 times to that. Not because that guy was harder, but because it was 2 bosses in a row. So 12 deaths total on that double fight. Not too bad, really. It's because I didn't lock it in for like most of the journey. I did ways in though. I only died 7 times then? No way. Maybe it only counts like one of the eyeballs or 3 eyeballs. Only 7? I feel like I did it a lot. Maybe. I mean, they're really long fucking attempts. Died plenty to these fucking goons, man. That's the him. Well, I guess the one with the, I don't know who this is. I don't know if there's like secret bosses. It's coming. What do you think? 20? 20 something? 16? Who are these, man? Well, we missed that much game. It might count the portrait ones. Like, there's obviously hard mode versions of everything, but it might count not the portraits, but the ones in the challenge rooms. How many times I died to Jonas? 7? 34. Quite a few. You overestimated me, man. Well, wow, that was Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill. Guess you just sucked, didn't you? Yeah. Overall, I'd say it was cool. As far as like roguelites go, this one has a lot of systems, which is pretty cool. There's a lot to upgrade. No run really feels like it's a waste. I do personally. Okay, so it's a roguelite that I feels like kind of designed for a very long, like bazillion playthrough kind of thing. I say that because there's a lot you don't touch on upgrades. Half of the gear in the game you don't even see. You're very every upgrade you get is very incremental. It's very small. So when you go into a run, you know all of your stuff is going into something, but you never feel it. Because it's more designed for incremental over very long time periods kind of stuff. And I imagine partially because they want to make sure skill matters a lot instead of just stats. I honestly, more areas or more bosses and stuff with larger jumps and upgrades. Not made for 10 million playthroughs, but just personally, just one really fucking good one or two would be enough for me. I mean, that's awesome for the people that want to play it for 500-600 hours, but it would have been nice to feel a little bit more from other roguelite elements. There's a lot of them, like I said, you know, even the waste of your money goes to Charon. He gives you stats. If you want to grind and max this, you can grind and forever in this game. There's a lot. I thought I was going to be upgrading a lot more than I did. I don't know if I had a quick playthrough. I'd say it took me, what, with the offline I did a bit earlier today, probably 12, well, let's see if we can check. Probably 25, 23, that's 12 hours. It's not. I have to close the game, probably. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you get a pretty fun little time for that. I mean, it's fun. Like, if you just want like a nice little challenge, it's pretty good. And you get a lot of variety of gameplay through all the different classes and stuff, which I think is where the big fun is. I would say it falls off pretty hard in the last third. The enemy variety, the procedural generation, the bosses all start to kind of run together a bit more. A lot more bullet hell. The level design's not really all that different or special. Stuff like the tower, which you guys didn't see, but I did show you the boss. It pretty much felt exactly the same every run I did. Like, you really don't notice the difference. And each area has like unique enemies, but a lot of them start playing the same. Especially in the last couple areas, man. It is just bullet hell city. Really long runs through a lot of really samey areas. I can't imagine wanting to jump back in because at the end of the day, you know it's going to play like exactly the same. Other than the class and the lack of variety kind of pushes you to want to do certain kinds of classes too. So you're not even really, unless you just want the challenge, going to like jump to different classes for running through some of these areas. In the beginning, the first 2/3, I was playing anything. All I did was buy skills that were just because I wanted to see what was in the game and stuff. And I feel like that ended up kind of biting me in the ass by the end because I had less stats. Because when you buy enough stuff, it raises the base price of everything. So the cheap stuff is still cheaper than the expensive stuff, but the base price is raised. So I think that kind of pushes you into not being able to just farm forever and go into like New Game Plus. But it does mean if you hold off on your stats, you're going to be generally below the curve a little bit. So that hurt a little bit on enemies. You know, we were getting 4 or 5 shot. I don't know if that was normal. Maybe. I mean, I don't think this game's considered easy, but that felt a little, for how many bullets were in each area, I was like, god damn, man. Shit, give Rabby Ribby a run for its money. It doesn't have any crazy mechanics based around bullet hells, right? Like, so, I don't know. I think it's easy to kind of want to let go for a certain kind of character to just avoid these increasingly homogenized areas and enemy layouts. So you kind of miss out on, the point is you miss out on a lot of that variety. That's kind of fun in a roguelite. There's still a bit there, but it's mostly just in the classes. And like I said, that kind of, it's shaky. I think the relics and stuff, they're mostly just damage. I mean, it's not like bad in the sense that like Undermine was bad because there's not much else to do Undermine. So you really want more than just stats. It's not the kind of roguelike that's like Isaac where everything's really transformative and shit. Where you'll pick one thing up and it'll completely change how you play. Maybe a few, like dashing makes poison clouds and stuff, but for the most part, it's not going to be, those aren't super exciting. So it's like, you know, what really changes in each run, and it's mostly just classes. And like I said, that kind of starts to suck. So it's like, okay, well, if the run by run isn't that different or that crazy outside of classes, you know, not brain fart, dude. The point, I was working my way down all this stuff to come all the way back up. It's kind of, I've been trying to talk about this whole playthrough, and it's kind of confusing, I guess, to chat about. But yeah, I definitely feel like the music, but maybe that's the free man. I don't think the game sucks. But can we just go back to the front end? Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. I haven't had just a fucking brain death like that in a while. I remember where I was going with it. Oh yeah, I was talking about the longevity and stuff. My thing is that if you're wanting, okay, this is where I was going. If you're wanting to make a game that's going to be 10 bazillion playthroughs long, with the variety, the procedural stuff kind of starts running its course outside of the classes, which you're gonna pretty much have seen all of them after the first playthrough. And that's a little rough. I think more interesting areas, more interesting enemy layouts. Hopefully in the other playthroughs, I'm not gonna mess with it much. You get to like actually like get different types of enemies, or you gotta learn different stuff. It'd be cool to have like enemies that didn't just shoot you, stuff you had to like learn how to dodge right, or that, you know, yeah, you could use certain classes to do better on, but it was less about bullet hell and a little bit more about strong variety or using the environment more to your advantage. There's not a whole lot of knowledge checks in this, like some roguelite. You know, not a whole lot of secrets, very few unique rooms you can remember something on. Most enemies, like, yeah, you can learn the enemies, which will help, but there is like a skill to just knowing your character being able to react, but there's not a whole lot of just like environmental knowledge or anything. So it's like, it just, the point is that if it's going to be kind of like weekly interesting over many playthroughs, I would prefer, personally, some people prefer that, but me personally, I would prefer if it's just a really strong, like longer, more varied, more interesting. If it doesn't have to be longer, I guess, but just more tightly designed, just roguelite. Like each upgrade I got meant a little bit more. You know, each class had a little bit more crazy shit you could find, or mostly just on the upgrade side of things. Like just being able to just have each run feel way different, because I'm upgrading all this crazy different shit and fucking around, and like, oh, I'm gonna save money here, I'm gonna save money there. It's like a lot of these things, like I went in and I got like one upgrade, you know, and like, and I would say in like 80% of these I just got one. And it's like, I get it, like some people just want to play for like 400 hours, and that's a lot of game there for you. Yeah, I personally don't think that there's enough variety there because of the enemies, because of the level design and those procedural elements, to really, and just, I mean, there's a fair bit of bosses, but those start sucking a little bit more too. I mean, most of your mini bosses are just normal goons with like a few more, like one more attack and a lot of health, right? And they're mostly just more bullets, so it's really just 5 or 6 bosses, and that's not like fucked for one run, but on a lot of runs, on top of the procedural stuff with the enemy variety, Relic's not really being that crazy in terms of gameplay changes. I don't know if I want a system that is made for like 100 playthroughs. I don't know. I think you could still make it feel like it's like a 100 playthrough game and have the first playthrough feel a little bit stronger on the upgrades. I mean, you could just make it so that you get pretty large, juicy upgrades, and then the next run it completely unlocks a new tier and marginally just increases everything, and the playthroughs after that, right? Like, I guess that's one way to do it. Like in the first playthrough, I'm getting like, you know, 20% health or 20% damage and upgrade, and then the playthrough after, it's like 1%. But the enemies scale, and then, you know, you could just grind a lot. Because I don't know. I mean, that's just taste too. I mean, some people might prefer just feeling like they just barely chipped the block, but I mean, I put in like, what, 25 hours, right? I mean, I could go play Rabby Ribby, I could go play like half a Hollow Knight, I could go play Metroid like 10 times or something, right? Like, your mission, it's like, so why Rogue Legacy, right? Too. And like, that's kind of my thing, is like, other than just having something there to just put a shitload of hours into, and like have these like, this neat, very robust, you know, in-depth upgrade and stat system and stuff. It's like, is it really like per minute like doing it for me? It's like, I don't know. I had fun with it, just running through it. I like Metroidvanias. I really wish that there was more permanent skills. I was really enjoying that in the first 2/3. more like the first half. You were gaining like permanent skills like double jump and like a dash and like a super dash and stuff. And I was like, oh, so it's gonna be this cool mix of like, you know, a roguelite, but like going a little harder on the classic Metroidvania stuff. I liked the idea of having like little checkpoints, like, oh, this run I'm gonna try to get the key and use it on the gate, and then the run after I'm gonna try to do that on the other gate. And then on the next run, I'm going to fight the boss. I'm going to lock it in and I'm going to fight the boss. So it's cool kind of having your runs have a different goal. It reminded me like Returnal in that aspect, and I like that one. Where each run, well, I didn't have more than 2 runs, but you could kind of tell still how Returnal works. I might be misquoting it is why I say that. But, and I'm misquoting it, misusing it as an example. But there's just like small different things you need to do each time, and I think that works with the Metroidvania style. Like in this run, you know, I'm gonna go get this object, this, you know, the wolf, I'm gonna turn a wolf or something, I get certain or something, and in this run I need to get to this key, and I think that's cool. Stuff like Astalon kind of does that without the procedural stuff. This one, I think having it be procedural is fine. It does make RNG a little bit more of a bitch, because mostly RNG in this game isn't going to help you a whole lot. There might be a couple you'll just going to make it way longer to get to these points on the map. So it's either you get really lucky or you just spend a lot of time running through like really linear, like winding map layouts. So it's like, I don't know, the problem is they stopped giving you those key items and stop playing into that as hard. They still have the little checkpoints and shit, which was cool. Or the little mini objectives you wanted to do per run. Permanent progress, I guess I should say. But it would have been nice to still get a couple abilities, but I guess they figured, you know, you're getting enough of that with the classes. But then it's all bullet hell, so I stopped caring about picking out like goofy classes to mess with and level up. I still feel like I tried a lot of different shit. I don't know. There might have been some classes we missed. I'm not really sure. It's pirate or something, maybe. I mean, I got every single one of them I could. Let's just start us over. So, like, yeah, here's my upgrade list, right? I'm level 113, and it's like, look at these. Like one. I haven't even unlocked half of this shit probably. You know, 26,000 on this one just to have more dues to choose from, right? 28 on this, and you could up the caps on these too, right? You could just make it so you unlock the caps and new game plus, man. Like, you know, I got 10 here, 6, none, and these just are way more expensive. Like this is the cheap one. This is 4K per. This was like a few hundred, guys. So it's like, it's a lot, and like that's cool. I don't know if this game has the fucking legs, man. Like I just bought that amount of money that just for beating the game. I just don't know if this shit has the sheer like legs. Like the sheer variance of stuff. To pull off like a system with this much grindiness. It's like I said, somebody's gonna love that. I got too much to play. So yeah, I definitely would have preferred something a little bit more focused on risk quality per minute. I don't know. I still have fun with it though. I'm not. I don't want to say I'm rambling. I don't want. That's why I'm rambling, is because it's hard to fucking really just like how exactly I feel on it. Like I don't think it was unfun. I had a good time. I think the controls are really crispy. The feedback on most of the moves, it felt good to hit guys. It felt good to move around and dodge shit, and a lot of cool abilities like the parries and the iframe dodges and stuff. There's nice hit stun on some of that and shit. It feels good to run around and do shit. It's not like the most complex system with all these different moves that were freely flowing around. I mean, it's one passive or one talent, one spell, and then like double jump and a dash that's not used to It doesn't have iframes, so you're not using it in combat all that much. But like it's not like a crazy system, but each guy does something a little different. I feel like maybe each class should have had one more distinct thing. And then have a lot more variety of enemies so you could really approach shit differently. Like I really liked with the Bard, where like I could shoot a music note out, and then when I unlocked the ability to have down smash, like a dive kick, it was really good on the Bard. I feel like the Bard should have that normally. Like that'd be cool, that'd be fun. Instead though, it's like, you know, he doesn't have that, and it's just not as fun, and so I just don't feel like picking him. And it's like, yeah, you could say, oh, that's part of the randomization, you know, that's what makes it fun, but it's like, yeah, I feel like one more thing for each of these would have been kind of nice. Maybe not. Just something like passive, right? Instead of just stats. Don't know exactly what that'd be. I guess really at the end of the day, the class variety was not really, I mean, I wouldn't really say that was a problem. I think I'm trying to say that there should have been something extra like that, just because there wasn't that many more perma upgrades, and because you did start kind of using a lot of the same classes by the end because of the enemy variety. You're kind of looking for that mix up, because I mean in most Metroidvanias you're mixing up the gameplay a lot, you're unlocking new things all the time, so I think that's why I bring that up. I don't know if it really needs that, but 26k, man, how are you gonna get 26k? Not easily. You have to have a godly run, or maybe a New Game Plus you can get a lot more, or upgrade this guy a lot so he can hold that much. But because I think you auto use his money, you'd have to not use any of your money and just immediately give it to Charon. But yeah. Anyways, another important thing, I guess, that maybe I don't mind breaking down everything into like each little chunk. I think that can be fun, especially when we're discussing it, but definitely want to try to just hit the general stuff. I feel like I've been going for a while. But another general thing is I feel like the more surface level, the aesthetics, the sound and stuff, I don't think a lot of it was terribly distinct. To me, it didn't really draw me a whole lot. The art style's crispy enough. I don't think it just looks bad or anything, but... And I get that it's kind of just like an HD, crispier version of Rogue Legacy 1. So in that aspect, like, yeah, it looks cool there, but that wasn't terribly interesting of a looking game either, but you can pull off, you know, it doesn't matter as much 10 years ago, right? So... I don't find it terribly interesting to look at. There's obviously a lot of reskinned enemies and stuff too, which isn't inherently bad, but it kind of lends, or kind of like detracts, I guess. It's not visually that interesting to me. I think I wouldn't call it just straight bland, but it's definitely more leaning on that side. Same with the music. I wouldn't say like the music's just like fuck. Like I liked the credits thing. The song's like a fine little, you know, high-spirited kind of medieval fantasy sounding thing, Renaissance-y sound, but I mean overall I would say the music really didn't do much. It was also mixed to be really quiet most of the time, so I don't think there was much kind of pulling me in on the art and sound side, which didn't help with the variety. If I'm not like digging like those elements, and then that just means it's all left to the gameplay, and that's the core focus. That's where it's best. But that's good. That's why I'd still say this game was solid, or you know, decent, solid. I'm kind of in there right now. Like I was never bored, but that wasn't like just dying to be done, but now that I am done, I'm good. I don't know. There was story and stuff too. I don't think that really, there's not much pulling in there either. There wasn't a whole lot of visual storytelling, a lot of dialogue if you want to read it, but I didn't find a lot of it terribly engaging. In the very rare moment on the stream, I was skipping dialogue. Like, because I just wanted to get to the... Because you have to talk to them to get to their menus. And then they'll hit you with like a 10, you know, text box thing. And I'm just like, you know, I just want to get back out there. So, I think maybe like some snappier, more fun dialogue instead of these like big long things they go on would have been fine. Just something that lends itself to more of a simple art style and thing going on. I mean, I don't think it's bad to want to make like more lore and more actual things going on. I mean, that's great. I'm sure it worked for somebody. I don't think it was too good, but it doesn't detract from the game much. Most of it's side stuff, and hell, you get all the lore, you get like a 15% damage increase on the bosses and stuff if you can find their secret room. Which I thought that was a cool thing. Another reward for lore and shit might make you want to get into it more. I think that's one of the biggest pros of the game. Is that there's just a lot of systems that reward pretty much doing like everything. And that's kind of one of the fun things about roguelites. Like you just kind of do anything and you're always upgrading. I just wish it felt like you upgraded a little more every time. And it was more focused on a single run than this. I mean, I could probably play the entire fucking game through and not upgrade the courthouse if I just focused on it. For all I know, like... Or like just like this health one up here, like, you know, I mean, it's clearly made for 10 bazillion playthroughs, and that's cool. Yeah, I just feel like this might do it either. And you could upgrade even farther beyond these too. This goes up to 11. Anyways, is there anything else? Is there anything you guys want to talk about? Of course, I mean, you're always free. I don't know if anybody here played this. I don't know how well this one did. I mean, Rogue Legacy 1 was played well enough back in the day, but I would say that's more because it kind of came out in that early, like, big boom of, like, whoa, roguelikes are awesome. You know, like, Isaac was out there, FTL was out there, you know? And then, like, this is coming out, and everybody's like, whoa, this is really interesting, that's cool. And I like the idea of roguelike Metroidvania. I don't think it's as easy to do, because Metroidvanias tend to be... Well, one, there's a million of them, so there's a lot to compare against, but two, Metroidvania is like pacing, map design, variety of zones and bosses and enemies is a huge deal. And while you can have some of those things in this, the map design, and the feeling of variety and stuff, a little harder to do. Procedural, mainly the map design. I mean, there's variety, but like, if everything's going to be remixed to feel the same way, even if there's a bunch of dudes, if it's always just going to be like a bullet hell, like cocktail of enemies, it doesn't really end up being effectively that different, right? It's a different light coating of paint. Too grindy, more of the same game. The first one was mediocre. Yeah, I can't speak for the first one that much, but yeah, I don't know. I would say, like I said, I would say it's solid. It was fine, decent. I'm in that kind of mid-range. I wouldn't say outright as like mediocre or anything. It's just I had fun with it, but yeah, you're always like, man, you know, it could have had more cool bosses. More interesting areas, you know. More fun sound. Yeah, not focus so hard on the grind. Like I said, I really feel like one playthrough giving you lots of big upgrades, really strong upgrades, and then just doing like a small incremental system with like a really high top end for the rest of them would be fine. Let the people grind that want to grind, or two playthroughs with really good upgrades and then the rest are just minor. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I imagine you have to design the game from the ground up with one of those in mind, but I feel like the easy way out, just making it so after a playthrough or two, you unlock a shitload of levels, but they're really minor. That way at least the first ones feel a little stronger. Maybe the game was like kind of difficult at times because they wanted to make it so difficult, like that you just grind all the time. Because I think honestly, you could have cut the cost in half of everything, and it still might not have been enough for a one playthrough game. Like when you go back to the first area, yeah, you smack shit and it dies quick. But other than that, it's like, eh. Also, the relic system, like I said, the relics weren't game changing, but they were interesting. I don't know how I feel about the armor system being tied to the relic amounts. I would say I don't like that. I think armor should have just been separate. Completely separate. And then you just had your resolve system to make sure you couldn't go get 10,000 different relics, right? Like, give me resolve, let me increase it, let me hold more relics, that'd be really cool. Let you start with some relic and shit. Maybe you can have like a guy where, you know, a place you can buy where you can like, you know, have 1 or 2 relics that you can pick from at the beginning, along with the ones that randomly add to your trait, but then you could get more in general. Then you're combining these different builds and stuff and playing into the randomization. I think that would be better. And then just ditch the armor being tied to resolve. It kind of sucked to be like, oh yeah, I'm fully equipped with armor, and it's like, yeah, I want to have armor. It visually makes you look different. It's a cool way to like kind of customize stats a little bit other than just your build here. It's not really all that different from just pretty much going through these, but then if you equip all your armor, you can hold less relics, and it's like that's where some of the variety is. It's like kind of like hamstringing that extra bit of variety so that you could have more build stuff, which is already, like I said, really similar to just picking your talents out here. I don't know. I think they should have just decoupled those. I don't really see the give and take of like armor and resolve to be that interesting. I think you could have just had them like just be sick. No. I think that's another thing that hurts variety in the long term. It's not a big deal in this first playthrough, but I tell you what, if I felt stronger about the first playthrough, maybe I would do another. I wouldn't. I'm not the type to do more than one. Unless it's a very short roguelite type of game. I mean, this is a one clear was 25 hours kind of thing, right? I mean, that's longer than most fucking games. So. But I think that's really fair not to want to do another one. Especially because I could not imagine what it would be like to do another one. Unless there's new bosses and shit. I don't know. Oh, also the challenges and shit. That was another thing. Like, so there's another system, right? The challenges, which gets you the soul orbs and shit. Oh. New lore discover, new boss defeat, new scars to conquer. Wait. This by the world lies in another thread. What does that mean? Oh, do I have to start a new thread? What is this? What is this? Enter a new thread and save a new world. Lost progress and teleporters reset, everything else is retained. Your current gold will be given to Karen. Burdens required. Holy moly. What are these? Unlocks all burdens and allows you to go up to new game +7. Once enabled, this cannot be undone. Unlock all burdens and new game +7. What are these? Shred the shred. Enemies deal more damage. Burden weight. Ooh. So you add more burdens. You get more gold in your next world. Enemy lifesteal. Oh, max. So you can only go so high on the first run. Gotcha. So the idea is you pick 5 of these, and then you start New Game Plus. New creatures invade Axis Bundy. New monsters? Why would I not want new monsters? Are they just like harder? Oh, I needed to have 2 burdens to even go to this one. What does +1 do? So this lets me go to the next thread. Or I could just make this current one harder. New items, lore, and more awaits. Might as well take a peek. I mean, I'm not gonna run through any, but I'm curious if it just changes in any big way. And yeah, there's a lot of systems there. There's a lot of thought put into just... like having like more and more playthroughs, right? Like they put, I mean, there's like all this burden shit, the amount of grinding you'd have to do, all those extra systems, even just like Charon taking your money. Like, if you want to keep going, that's cool. I just feel like they needed to have like way more interesting enemy variety. And I don't know how different it is on the next run. If there's just like really fucking cool, like I mean, all of the classes having different skills, like if you max out certain class, or, you know, upgrade classes, it gives you passive stats across every class, which I like because it makes you want to try everybody. But okay, so you do just get more and more money. I mean, it's cool. Yeah, I just kind of wish that like I was like interested enough. I mean, I wouldn't be anyways, probably. The playthrough's too long, but it's definitely, I mean, it's definitely the goal they went for. I don't know if the variety's here. Personally, to like want to go for like that many playthroughs, but anyway, they put a lot of thought and a lot of effort into making all these systems, I guess. Maybe a lot of numbers, but I mean. Yeah, and then you're just getting new loot and stuff, which is cool. I mean, it just keeps going up. Yeah, I just feel like these needed to be more interesting. There needs to be just more interesting variety going on. I mean, fucking hell, I'd almost say like less fucking shorter length playthrough with more variety between the playthroughs almost. That would have been fine too. I don't know. It's just, on one hand, it's cool. I like that there is a pretty robust Big Game Plus system. You compare it to like an Undermine, which is like very weak, very little's changing. Like a Cold of the Land. I think it was a post game. I don't remember. Like some of those, it's like they're just not. They're very simple systems. Granted, they're more focused on a single playthrough, but you know, that's not for everybody. This being focused on a bazillion's coolest. Man, outside of the number grind though, it's like what keeps you playing, right? It's a problem that some people have with like D4 is the gameplay just feels too similar. It's like, yeah, there's a lot to grind, there's a lot to get. But I don't know. I need a little bit more than just numbers. And I would say, I mean, the classes and all that, I could see myself, you know, still having fun doing like another playthrough or two, but would I just prefer a really strong 30-hour campaign with like strong upgrading on the roguelike elements? Like, probably. I don't know, I'm just blabbing. Like I said, some of it's just taste stuff. I think the points about the procedural shit being kind of iffy, the level design, the enemy variety, the last half being a lot shittier than the first half, you know, with all the bullet hell focus and stuff. I think that point stands. The general just feel of the art and all that. I mean, the art itself's not too bad. It's just the art and the sound mix is not really. It might do something for somebody. I feel like it's kind of just. It's clean, but it's kind of just simple. I don't know, it doesn't. There's nothing wrong with it. It just doesn't make up for anything. It's not like keeping me jacked in. It's like same story. So I repeat myself a lot. It's just. It's a weird one. I can think of a bunch of fucked things to say about it, but also a lot of it's just kind of just direction and taste. Like I said, I'm not a 5,000 playthrough kind of guy. I got too much to play, so of course I wouldn't want, you know, I wouldn't be as interested in a game designed around that many things, but I also think it might not be amazing at that. To the right person, the numbers and stuff, sure, but I mean, you want something more than just numbers. Couldn't say. I can't say for certain without playing a bunch more times, but that's how it feels like. Because if I could start feeling that on the first run, then I feel like you'd feel it a lot harder on later runs. But I'm guessing there's like boss mix-ups and all that. There was certainly a bunch we didn't see, so. There was a lot of like cute traits too. Oh, that's another thing I should have mentioned. There is a lot of variety of relics, traits. I have played a lot of these where you've seen everything in the game halfway in. If you're gonna have a very long system that has like 10 fucking gazillion hours of fucking playtime and grinding, making sure there are a lot of traits, a lot of things to find. Traits, relics, and stuff is good. I don't think the relics change how you're playing a shitload. Like you stand on the ground and you deal 12% more damage. Oh, I mean, yeah, it's nice, but it's not gonna change that much, right? Having an extra jump, like, that's cool. I like that. But more of that mix, like if everything was like that, it might be a little bit more interesting. Right? And you got it more often. That's why I say, like, maybe they could have had you get like an extra relic at the beginning, like from a shop you could like randomly purchase or something, and then just ditch the decouple the resolve and the equipment or something like. Oh, guess we could see if it's the same guy. There's also a bit more like semi-puzzly stuff in the beginning. It'd be kind of cool to what's happening more. Not much of that. I mean, that's kind of what I meant, like knowledge. So he's just the same guy, right? A lot of health. Granted, you're probably supposed to run through this area and do more shit, but the enemies have a lot of health. The bosses do. That guy took a long time to hit. It's like, yeah, like I've never seen crippling, and like you see most of the spells and everything pretty quickly. I mean, a lot of these like traits are kind of just goofy, like the world's in sepia or some shit. Like some of those are fucking annoying, man. They're almost unplayable. Like the one where it's like you get hit and everything goes dark, or you can't use your abilities anymore. You're just like, I don't care how much gold I get, man. But I guess that's the risk you're supposed to run, so I don't mind as much. That is crippling intellect. Look at that. But Jesus. It's like, yeah, you can get more resolve so you can hold more, but it's like, god damn. That's a lot. A lot to pay. Anything new going on here? Like an intellect chest. Magic crit damage. Anywho, yeah, I think I'm good. Oh, also, I was mentioning these kind of suck, man. I find this to be the worst system, or one of the worst systems. I like the idea of specific challenges, like the speed ones, where you learn and master how to use the class by doing them. You know, you fuck with your aim on the Neuropraxis one. Learn about the explosions, use like, you know, the platform you can spawn and all that. Same with like the heavy weapons and shit. It's like, you know, you learn how to use the barbarian a bit. But that's cool. Like these ones where it's just like, it's just two dudes together. Okay, like, oh, it's the first and the third boss together. Oh, it's the chest in a small room with spikes. Oh, it's two of the first boss together. I'm not digging that shit, man. Like, don't know what some of these are. The Prime Estuary, fully grown creature, Unbroken Estuary, Poison Estuary, Woken Estuary, Reborn Estuary. So these are just hard mode versions of the bosses, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not. The thing is, I don't think these are necessarily bad just to be here. The problem is they hoard you souls. And the souls are necessary to get like higher level gear, to like patterns to drop and runes, and they also unlock certain things in your castle, and then they up the like cap and stuff. I guess because some of those aren't too crazy and they're super like many playthroughs in, it's not too bad. But my bigger thing is these. This is the variety you kind of want. Special weapons for each of these classes. The pizza and like the rock thing, and like this is like the dragon thing or whatever. I tried using that a bit. That was kind of neat because you can get these randomly to appear. This one's like you can only shoot it on the ground, but it's like stronger. You know, variety. But like you have to like do these like really shitty challenges to get them. I mean, you could also turn in these, but you need these to buy gear. So like fucking element. I don't know how I feel about this game also like letting you just turn off all the random elements. You can lock your world and not be random. And then you could also like pick like what you want as like a class and everything. I mean, it's nice to just win, right? If you just are focusing on a boss, it's a nice thing to have. On the flip side, I feel like maybe a more elegant, like or more interesting, like system where you always want to be doing something like randomized, right? Where it's just that fun. Like, why would I ever want to lock in? Would be more interesting. I don't know. It feels kind of like a oh, it's not that fun to do that. Let's just get rid of it then, kind of thing. And like, there's downsides to it, so like you don't only do it. Not this. There's no downside to this. The downside to locking the world is you lose out on gold, so it's like you have to do that, which is fine. I mean, since you're only gonna use it for bosses, then it's not a big deal. But it's kind of odd. I don't know. I guess it's not bad, but it's a bit iffy. Yeah, it'd be interesting to buy these though. Like just different weapons. I used these boxing gloves. They were neat. I mean, they don't play that crazy different, but oh, yeah, no, that guy did have all these weapons. Yeah, because he's got the Charon blade. Here we go. So it changes mages into reapers. I mean, dude, this is cool. I'm gonna buy one of these just to see. Let's change knights into pizza delivery people. And see how that plays. Oh yeah. Sure. You can go back to your old bread. Oh, you can add burns on now. The world size increases? Huh. An interesting one. I mean, it's gonna take longer to get everywhere. Death mark. Create a rift to an alternate battle at the estuary of combat. Oh, you can fight a different version of them. Okay. Interesting, they're all just sitting here. I mean, it's like, I can't really knock them, man, for just having, like, all these extra ways to try to make New Game Plus more interesting. I just think, like, the harder stuff, like, just the way the level design feels and the variety of creatures and shit could have just been a little tighter. I think that would have went a lot farther than just all these systems, but I can't say these all this shit's bad. There's a lot here. It's cool, and if it clicks, man, you're gonna be really into it. So. Let me try this new version. This guy. Pepperoni pizza. Fable weapon returns to user, can be spin kicked to bounce off. I mean, that's cool, man. I don't know. Maybe you could get one more good run out of it with these. So see, the problem is to get these, you have to do the shitty challenges, and all the challenges are just like fight 2 bosses at once, which is just like really dull. If they were really fun, like well put together, like special like platforming levels that you had to do in like a quick amount of time, or you know, like these timed ones where you have to really master your classes, like that'd be cool, man. Just a different kind of gameplay. Or a different kind of level design, a more like, you know, tailored, like handcrafted, as people would say, system like made for yeah. I'm losing my train of thought again, man. I don't know what's up today. It's because I'm of 2 minds on the game. But yeah, I feel like challenges that are just a bit more like I said, handcrafted or something, more interesting to want to master, and then you reap the rewards of it if you do it. Because like, I mean, just running through the procedural Metroidvania stuff, you're not going to really have like crazy tests of platforming. They're not going to put that in there, right? But like you could have something like that in, you know, a challenge like that. And it could be neat. It could be fun. You learn some shit. You test a different thing and scratch a different itch, but just like 2 bosses at once, like the game's already full of like bullet hell, like enemy, just density. There's just so many fucking enemies in every room and shit. It's like, But 2 bosses is not that different. It's not feel that fucking fun. So. I'm just not interested in doing this, but I would be interested in getting more like different weapons and shit. But it's like, well, unless you spend your sanguine, your red drops and your ore, it's like, well, fuck, man, you're not gonna get those either. So I don't know, man. On one hand, I like that they have like full new gameplay, like style, like weapons just hide in there. You can find these weapons if you get lucky in the environment. Just use them for a bit, but why not just have these be part of the randomization? Why not have this be just like literally like a thing I go buy on the upgrade menu for cheap that I could do over like a playthrough? Just even more variety and let me pick more shit, or just have it be procedural shit, right? Ooh, I like this with this, but because everything goes bullet hell, this might not be enough, man. Like maybe, I mean, the range would definitely help. But. You can do some cool jumping shit. And it's kind of funny. I mean, it's just a little pizza. A little charm to it, but I don't know, man. Like, it's cool for other playthroughs, but the means to get it, it's just like, that's just not that fun, man. It could just be a much stronger, more randomized system, or more interesting, roguelite upgrades over a run or two. But some people would probably fight me on that. That's what's interesting about it. Some people would be like, no, man. I like that it just, it drip feeds everything to you over a very long time, and I don't see anybody really arguing. I mean, they might just not agree completely, but I don't know if there's really as much arguing with enemy variety and stuff. I mean, maybe they did say there's new enemies coming in. I don't know if they're truly different enemies, and I feel like a lot of the enemies are homogenized. Those problems I don't think you could just fix by, like, regardless, without just adding more enemies. I feel like we would have saw. But making it so each run's a bit more crazy and the upgrades and stuff, like that kind of shit. And some people probably would just prefer, like, yeah, I don't care if I don't get a whole lot of big feeling upgrades. I just want to always be upgraded and see numbers go up. And it's cool. I can occasionally, like, once a playthrough, like, buy a new one of these, but it's like, it's a shitty challenge. I don't know. It's interesting. I'm gonna have to read what people say. I've been fucking going on and on about this too long. Nobody cares at this point. Not the most clean discussion of it. I apologize. So, I'm definitely of two minds on it. There's a lot of ways I can imagine it being better, but it's also kind of in a way just designed for a very particular person, and I'm not exactly that person. The thing is, like, I enjoy roguelites and stuff enough, but unless it's a very short one, it's like I'm usually like a playthrough or two kind of guy. So it's like I'm comparing things a lot more like on a per minute, per hour, one playthrough kind of basis, and how could you have a system of hard difficulty with permanent upgrades really be super strong and comparable to like a 20-hour like a Metroid or something? And it's like, I don't think Astalon was a great game or anything, but I feel like that kind of idea of level design and stuff, the permanent upgrades, made a bit more sense. It's more robust and shit. But if you just want a million runs, and for some reason the homogenization of the enemies and just having 5 bosses or 5 or 6, well, looks like there's hard bosses. I don't know. You don't mind the challenges and not too worried about the aesthetics. Like, there's a lot of New Game Plus stuff there for you to do. Mostly numbers, mostly grinding, but there is a couple gameplay things, which is nice. I imagine if you're a pretty avid roguelike person and you like the ones that you could play for like hundreds of hours, you could probably get a good 3-4 runs out of this and feel pretty good about it. For me, 23, 24 hours, kind of a one and done. But anyways, in general, I think it was solid. I had fun with it. I like Metroidvanias. I like the general feel of the gameplay. I think there was enough class variety there to have some fun. I think the bosses were fun at times, but they kind of got old because they all felt kind of samey. Same with the normal enemies. A little too focused on the bullet hell, but not as difficult or as fun or as like tailored to that style as something like a Rabby Ribby. So it ends up being kind of just a little odd. But other than that, I don't know. It was a good enough time. I don't think I'd go back and play the first one, but it was cool enough. I'll probably go watch a speed run or something. And that's it. Apologize. I just keep going on this one. Definitely one of the most rambly. I just don't think there's much discussion. I don't know if anybody wants to really say anything. So it's kind of just me trying to like figure out like what's wrong, if anything, on certain ways, and how much of it's just like geared towards the taste or something. Because it's what somebody who wants to play something for 500 hours. It's gonna feel very different about somebody who wants to play something for like 20, 30, right? A different kind of standard there. I mean, would somebody who wants to play something for 500 hours want the quality of a really focused 10-hour game for 500 hours? Sure. So I think there is like a line there that people could agree on, but of a realistic expectation, an amount of variety, an amount of like spice and all that for that 500 hours, it's like this might be a pretty good package. I think it hurts the single run. It reminds me of like Neo, where Neo adds like new enemies and different boss stuff and fuck with the items, but it's like a new game like 8 or some shit. And it's like, well, I would have just preferred a good one playthrough. And it's like, I think you could have had a stronger one playthrough in this game, is kind of what I mean. I think there could have been better upgrading. It could have felt more impactful, while still leaving it incremental, very long form, customizable, um, you know, new game plus system with a few new weapons and shit. I think you could have had both, um, without that much difficulty. I imagine fucking with it. Obviously, the enemies, that homogenization, the procedural feel of the level design, that would require a lot more effort. But tailored experiences may be better. One-time challenges that are way too overtuned may be bad. One-time challenges that are way overtuned. What are you referring to there? Oh, yeah. I started to get those more often, but there were some of them, yeah, you're just fucked on. I mean, that was one thing too, I guess, that you could say is, I wouldn't say it's a plus, but when I was talking about knowledge, knowing like environmental stuff, there's not much of that in here, right? It's not like an Isaac where it's like there's bomb walls or like certain strategies you can use in areas, and then that's not even a great game for that kind of stuff. But like probably more like an actual rogue or something is. But in a way you could say knowing when to get the fuck out of certain rooms was a knowledge thing. What fairy chests just weren't worth trying, which is like a lot of them. I started to get the the ones that are obstacle courses more because they'd actually reuse the same ones with a different skin from earlier in the game. So I guess that's why those were a little harder. But the ones where you're not supposed to take damage from like creatures and shit, like I got better at those a little bit, but I don't know. I wouldn't say the fairy chests were too fucked. They feel really bad for the first 2/3. But you start to get better at them by the end, which I guess is the idea. It's once again, it's that design where it's focused on the long term. It's hard because they know at some point you'll master it. It's like, sometimes they're free, but yeah, you end up like not really getting them for most of the playthrough, which then affects like what you're gonna go buy and shit. So it's like I still ended up getting like almost all the runes once. So I don't think it was too bad on that front, but I could definitely see somebody getting pissed about the fairy chests if they didn't start learning them by the end. And at that point, it is a little too late. Too little too late. So yeah, they're a bit over. I think what you do is just have more variety of them. Once again, instead of making them hard from go and then not changing them, just have like 4 or 5 times more. Easy for me to say. That's just more shit you got to make. But I mean, there's got to be other challenges you can make with the assets you got there, right? Have one firewall you got to dodge, right? Then two. Then one where they're coming from different angles. And it's just like, I mean, this can't be that crazy, right? But then have it more often. And then have the upgrades feel a bit more meaningful. But it's focused on long term. I don't know. It was neat. There was a relic that let you like open fairy chest. I found it once and I never got to use it, so it's like it doesn't happen often. But yeah, knowing when to back out of a room, I guess, was kind of a knowledge thing. There's just some rooms that just weren't worth the risk. But yeah, I don't know. That's not exactly what I'm kind of. Not exactly kind of what I mean. Like if there was more like hidden passages and stuff, like there was unique rooms where you knew there were certain things in them because they were labeled as unique. They always had the same setup, but there's not much of that. So, granted, it's not really focused on that kind of thing. I think that just adds a little bit of variety and depth to level design and makes you keep an eye out for stuff in levels that you might not normally, like looking at walls or something differently. When there was some hidden wall shit, but they showed you where the chests were. It wasn't really ever hidden. You just had to find the cracks. So it's a way you can add a little, I guess, extra spice to stuff. Give yourself some advantages in a way that isn't just based on mechanical skills. Some people might not like that, but yeah, I think it could have been alright. But whatever. Anyways, I guess that's it. It was fine. It was solid. I had fun with it, but I don't think it was a life changing experience for someone who generally is just like you know, roguelikes aren't like I'm not salivating for a roguelike. It's just another genre. Um, I don't need a game I need to play for 400 hours. I got too many games to play. I'll never get them all done. I don't need to play one game forever. So that's kind of where I come from. So I still had fun with it, but I don't think it was quite tailored to maybe what I'd prefer. And I don't think even for what it's going for, it might be perfectly suited. But I think it's definitely a cut above most. There's a lot of roguelikes. I haven't played them all clearly, but I definitely say it's above average on that front for the kind of person who wants to play 500-600 hours. I don't know if, like I said, the per run variety's there, but there's definitely enough goals and mix up. Anyways, I don't know if we'll do more tonight. I've been up for a while. The stream's only been 8.5 hours, but I played this for a good 4 or 5 off stream. Well, not really. Well, yeah. Probably like 3 hours off stream. Maybe a little more. Maybe like 4. We could start Endling Extinction is Forever, but I think we'll just run tomorrow. something else. Let's see, how long is this game? Game is 4 hours. 4 to 6 hours. It's a story. It's probably gonna be a fucking Limbo-like, man. it's probably gonna be a Limbo-like again. Round 2 after whatever the fuck that last one was. I already forgotten that last one. Planet of Lana.